Hello, everybody. I am Ameline, Dragon Mom, and Army Commander, because someone put me in charge. Because everyone knows that the ability to punch demons is the most important factor in determining whether or not you're going to be a good commander. Last time we left off, we had gotten put in charge of this army. We talked to some of our friends. We'd unloaded the junk from our inventory, but new this time is I have gotten a very cool portrait from one of my friends as a commission, Vertizen, who, if you watch my Shrouded Shore streams on Tuesdays, he plays Crom. He's an excellent artist and does lovely work, and I thought I would like a portrait that at least vaguely reflects my character model. But with all that, with our fancy new portrait, with our newfound authority, I think it is time to get seeing on what we're actually supposed to be doing here. And let's talk to Erebeth. Commander, allow me to say something. Before you... This wasn't a war. It was agony, drawn out over decades. No one believed in victory anymore. When the demons attacked the city, for some it was a relief. At least the end had come. They laid down their weapons and surrendered without a fight. I felt the same thing, but I somehow got on through the stubbornness and the vague hope that if nobody found Anivia's body, she might by some miracle have survived. That miracle was you. You returned my beloved to me when I'd nearly lost all hope of seeing her alive again. Then you went on a suicide mission to the Great Garrison and won the city back for us. You turned a defeat into a victory. I know it wasn't easy, but you make everything seem so effortless. You do everything just like that. The Queen believes in your powers too, but for me, they're just more proof of what I felt on that day when I saw Anivia alive standing next to you. You're the miracle we've been waiting for. You're the one who will finally put an end to this terrible war, and in spite of everything, deliver us the victory we so desperately need. With you, I'm sure this crusade will achieve what the others could not. I found a scabbard with your family name on it. This scabbard held the Solemn Hour, my family sword. My father once fought with it, and I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. I parted with my heirloom willingly to help someone dear to me. Anivia needed expensive healing, and having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. I think he would have understood. I'm sure he would have given up everything to help the family. I hoped to redeem the Solemn Hour eventually, but there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawn shop altogether. I have no idea who took it. Seems like I'll have to part with my father's sword forever. Is she sick? You'll forgive me if I don't go into detail. It is a private matter. Suffice to say, everything is fine now. The treatment was costly, but it was worth it. They are cute together. They are cute. So it turns out the Queen has her head of counterintelligence watching me. I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Anivia and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. But you're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. Can you get us more soldiers? We do need reinforcements. When we began the march on Dresden, we chose speed over numbers. If I order more volunteers to be recruited, they simply won't arrive on time. We could pay mages to deliver the troops to the camp, except I doubt the army's coffers could afford it. If you can spare 7,500 coins, I would see to our reinforcements. That's... Wait, that's actually like an affordable amount of money. I don't have that kind of money. We will have to make do with the forces we have. Like, not affordable for me right now, but affordable in general. You do deserve a noble title more than many who inherit them. Thank you, Commander. It is an honor to hear that, especially from you. Every noble family begins somewhere. You must have heard the recent story from the stolen lands in the River Kingdoms. Just imagine coming from nowhere and making it all the way to a royal crown in just a few years. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I managed to distinguish myself somehow. But then I push away such unworthy, selfish thoughts, of course. We don't fight for rewards. The fate of the world is at stake, and yet... I'll vouch for her. Look, hereditary nobility, not good, but...
Follow my steps.
Also, Erebeth is cool, so... This person will surely have no problematic offspring, and so it's fine to give her a title. Okay. So, like, what's the actual goal here? What's my job? Cold waters. Okay, so like there's a little town nearby we can visit. We can accompany a social. And wipe out a band of cultists and find a lost relic of the Crusaders. I wouldn't wish that on the Terrorbeards, Chris. Like, come on. They deserve better than a fail son. Who are you? Oh, it's this guy again! You know, I haven't interacted with this guy at all. And some part of me thinks it would be funny to just continue not interacting with him. To have this, like, Viking dude just following my party around the entire game without ever bringing him along. So, you're the war chief now. You're going to lead us to free Sarkonis from those Fae. I felt it from the moment I saw you. This one is special. But that you'd go and get yourself a whole army in no time, that I did not expect. Well, how does your newfound power fail? Has it gone to your head yet? We're going to fight demons, not Fae. It's important to me that you understand that. Fae, demons, angels, they're all the same spooks. Could have stayed in their magic-y forest, patched as a pig in mud, but no, they had to poke their funny heads into the mortal world. Hold on, don't change the subject, eh? What do you think about being a war chief? Oh, this is going to be fun. Yes. Easy there. There's time for play and there's time for work. We have a war to fight, not a jig to dance. We'll have our fun when we win, but right now, things are serious. Well, I didn't come here just to flop my guns. Since I'm going to war and you're in charge, I better do this the right way. My blade, my life are yours, war chief. I mean, it's not like I need a blade. Battalions and beak will do the trick. But saying it like that's the dumb thing. Battalion and beak are yours, just don't have the same ring to it. There's nothing else. I can already see things are bad, but all the tales of Sarkonis burning down and its people dying out. I'm sorry, I don't believe those. It can't be true. We're not the kind of folks to be snuffed out just like that. I have kin in a village not far from here. Current Glen. Let's go and talk to them, have them fill us in. They're smart folks. Perhaps they'll help us in battle too. Together we'll clean up Sarkonis before you can say, "Rightly, foul creatures." Alright then. I'll prepare for the road ahead. Take care, War Chief. You know who deserves a noble title? Ember. Ember should be in charge of all, like, judicial matters in the city. Like, there's only one law, and that law is if you do something bad enough to piss Ember off, then, like, God, seriously, get out of the city. That's it. It's a flawless system.
Let's head out.
Okay, what are we doing? Who are we bringing with us? Let's not bring you. Do we bring a new friend? We bring a new friend. Do we bring multiple new friends? I guess we do have a quest for you. I don't have a rogue if I do this. Oh, a bunch of the party is fatigued? Oh, interesting. I guess we should camp. Is there like a bed here in town? There must be. This is like the Defender's Heart. Commander's tent. Big tent. Bed. There we go. Okay, alchemy. And wait, so I want you on main and me assisting so we can get both a potion and a soup. We cannot make a potion. Oh, we can't make soup either. Wait a second. Spicy pastry it is. Scroll scribing kit. We do not have enough reagents. We need to get more reagents. Alright, everybody, let's have a nap. Shake off the fatigue. Here comes Count Arende, now intimately familiar with all the delights of life on the march. Well, Count, how are you finding answering Ganesha's call in the bushes? It's all a matter of degree, my scaled friend. I feel quite well disposed towards the bushes, when they are not trying to eat me, that is. I can't remember the voice I gave Lan. I gave Lan a really normal voice. It's actually very hard to... I shouldn't do that. It's like a bad habit to give a character just like a normal voice. Yeah, like slightly tinged, but like doing a voice that's just like American accent with like a little bit of snark. Whatever accent I did last is going to bleed into it. Because then there's like Woljif, who I just gave a really snarky voice. Okay, we'll bring you, we'll bring you. The commander becomes host to an anomalous force, and her dreams are filled with, oh my. You can now control armies on the global map. Winning battles against demon forces provides a number of benefits, such as resources, relics, captured enemy fortifications that previously blocked the advance of your party and armies. They can be rebuilt into forts for your own troops. Enemy armies differ in their strength, which is displayed as a number next to the army's name. By hovering over the enemy army, you can learn more about its composition and the reward it is guarding. You can switch between party management and army command modes by clicking the banners at the top of the screen. In army command mode, you can select armies by either using the panel on the left or clicking figures on the map. Much like your party, armies use roads to move around the map. To move, an army must spend movement points, which can be restored by resting for 1 day. Okay. The commander becomes host to an anomalous force, and her dreams are filled with strange visions. She feels the space around her distort, and her sensory organs are flooded by false images, bred by distortions in light and air. Reality itself tries to expel the commander into some dark tunnel. At the other end, a grim figure awaits. Your body resists this crude attempt to wrench it from reality, but the unknown force finds a tangle in the commander's soul, one made of demonic rage and destructive desire. The stranger grasps at it and pulls, like a hunter reeling in a harpoon. Troubled by the sudden intrusion, the dark and ominous force deep within the commander's soul answers with a menacing growl. The commander... This is weird. I guess it's like you still get this even if you don't take any of the demon options. Tries to understand what's going on. I need a moment to figure it out. I'm being summoned, transported through space by some magical force. However, the attempt did not succeed because I am not a spirit or daemon, but a mortal Aasimar. I'm surprised that the spell worked on me at all. I stare intently at the ghostly figure. Failed. Huh. I guess even a nat 20 won't do it. By force of will, the commander pushes my anger down. As deep in my soul as I can, the attraction rapidly weaves the response, as if the enemy can no longer sense the commander and concentrate its efforts on her. The apparition recedes, leaving the commander wondering whether it was reality or a nightmare. Okay. Oh hey, you got your mythic level, my friend. And I have an army with 100 footmen. Okay. Who have 39 hit points. Each, or... Okay, so like, what's the lay of the land here? Dresden, I'm going north. There's nothing behind me. I guess... I can go wipe out this band of cultists. This is like the tutorial. Characters assigned to perform the protective... What? This is just the party travel thing again. Oh, do I need to reassign all my party roles? I like party positions. I do, don't I? I forget the key for this. Man, this map is big. Big map. Okay, so... A lot of numbers here. Camp. Okay, so I've still got people in protective rituals. I do need to put someone on camouflage. Probably myself. I guess you guys help. And then let's see what this fight hat does. Let them flee. Sure. Well, that worked. I guess because it's a tutorial fight. The morale stat reflects the general mood of the Crusaders. Positive morale increases the morale income, resource income, and the number of troops available for recruitment. Morale good. Morale changes depending on the morale banners. While specific conditions are met, the banner remains green and increases morale by 1 per day. If the special conditions are not met, the banner turns yellow for 3 days, but still increases by morale by 1 per day. So you can let it lapse for a little bit, but not for long. Your army is currently carrying 2 banners. The banner of victory stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory over a demon adds 4 days to the time the banner of victory stays green. And the banner of the march on Dresden stays green while you defeat demon armies on the road to Dresden. Each victory over a demon army on the road to Dresden adds 10 days to the time the banner on the march on Dresden stays green. Each unit has its own combat morale, the starting value of which depends on crusade morale. Various combat effects and spells can change combat morale until the end of battle. Positive combat morale grants a unit a chance to perform another action in the same turn, while units with negative combat morale have a chance to panic and lose their action. Undead units, as well as some others, do not have combat morale, and thus are not affected by any effects that increase or decrease it. Heroes of Might and Magic. I like it. Having defeated a band of cultists who had driven the captives from Canabres, and made the ruins of Valaris' gift their temporary base, the commander's army celebrates its first triumph. Unfortunately, the demon worshippers have killed all the citizens and gathered their belongings into a huge pile in the middle of the camp. You hate to see it. Keep going forward. Keep going forward. Oh dear. Well, I do have 100 guys. And they have 30, 10, and 3. Your army is engaged in battle. The enemy army is displayed on the right, and the Crusader army is on the left. Battles are played out in turn-based mode, on a grid. Cool. So what's your deal? Do you have stats? Can I look at you? Greater Fireball. So that's a giant orb of flame. Power times D6 times unit number. What is the power of this unit? 10 power. So it's 10d6, 30d6 damage. So that's like 100 damage or something per fireball. Yeah, I've played Heroes of Might and Magic. I've played a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic. That's why I'm reading these abilities. So these guys deal like 90 damage when the stack fires off. What's the range on that? It looks like as far as it wants to be. I don't see a range. So how much health do I have? I have a lot of health. I assume this is per guy, 35 per guy. Oh, you did not throw a fireball like I was expecting you to. There's no retaliations. I need my griffins. I should kill you guys now. Start whittling away at your numbers. What do you do? That could be scary. Yeah, let's start whittling these guys down. Ow. God. The suffering of Heroes of Might and Magic battles with small stacks of units. Okay, just need to take down these cultist fighters. Yeah. Then there's this one surviving cultist over here who's doing their best, honestly. We're getting ya. Does spacebar work to speed things up? Get a general. Okay. I'll have to look up how to do that. Okay, that wasn't too bad for a tutorial fight. Units replenished at the infirmary. This is very Heroes of Might and Magic. Recruiting units. New victory has brought you more finance points, which can be used to strengthen your army. To recruit new units, click the recruit button. I have stumbled upon a group of ragged and exhausted scouts. They had set off on a patrol mission deep into the world wound, but then when Canabras was attacked, they found themselves cut off and surrounded by demons. Surviving in such hostile conditions was not easy, but they remained high. Spirits remained high, and they readily joined my forces. Okay. So this is like a separate army? I want to merge them. Oh, I see. Recruit new general. Oh, friends! Interesting. We've got a stone dude who's master of maneuver, who casts Scorching Ray, just has like a firewall spell, and resists energy. That seems pretty nice. We've got like a tanky character who gives +2 bonus damage to all units in the army. That could be strong, unless I'm... Yeah, I've got like a lot of unit My main unit right now is like a big stack of weak guys, so that seems strong. Charge formation. All allied units gain a +3 bonus to speed and -2 penalty to AC this turn. Only one formation stratagem can be active. This ability is a stratagem. Dispersal of forces. So like a strategist character who buffs the whole army. That seems useful. And a couple of rangers. We've got a defensive training. Gives everyone armor class. How does AC work in this mode? Does like every model in the attacking unit, I say model, does every like guy in the attacking unit just roll an attack against AC, and so that's where the variance in the damage comes from? Penalize every enemy AC for 3 rounds. And then weakening trap. Then we've got another offensive training, a spell that just yeets damage into things, and hunt. You seem trustworthy. You seem like you know what you're doing. Then recruit. Where is recruit? It's the soldier icon in the bottom left. Oh, I see. Astrologers have proclaimed the Week of the Footmen. All dwellings have increased population. Well, let's get what we've got. This is my second army. We'll have this one go back to meet it. Oops. Well, same basic deal. Tomorrow they will move forward and maybe attack up here. Okay, my own party now. So do I not have movement points? It looks like I don't see a movement point stat on myself. An elderly man limps toward a grave and clumsily throws a handful of soil inside. How unfair. They were all so young. They had their whole lives ahead of them. They sacrificed themselves, and an old cripple like me still lives. An elven woman with her face bathed in tears steps up to the grave. She whispers, "The painting, it burned like everything else in the house. There's nothing left for me to remember you by. Nothing." A young man throws a handful of soil into the open grave and stands beside it for a while, lost in thought. Finally he sighs and steps back. Sociel throws a handful of soil into the grave in front of him. He takes a breath and prepares to speak, but it seems he simply cannot find the right words. The cleric wipes his tear-filled eyes, gathers his resolve, and says in a gentle voice, I wish you a warm welcome in Sheridan's realm. We will win this war, I swear to you. We'll banish this ugliness and evil, make the world richer, and let peace blossom in it. We'll make sure anything like this This. Thank you for everything you've done for us. They were good people. I can't believe they're gone. What is that? Her trembling hand points at something moving inside a grave. Suddenly, a corpse climbs out of the ground, wafting a horrible stench from its rotting body. It's a zombie! Run! Oh no. What a leisurely pace.
Yet another obstacle.
Okay. What do we got? Zombie lords? Oh man. Oh, one's... We've got 2 zombies in charge of like 5 zombie lords. It's great. Oh god. So let's see. These are some highly initiative-taking zombies, aren't they? My goodness. Let's gum up one of these 2 directions. We can get 4 people here. I can get 4 people here. Up here feels more likely to do something.
Yes.
Zombies not known for their reflexes. Cookie, why are you so much faster than your rider? Okay. Let's see. These are just zombies. Yeah, they're just normal zombies with DR, always flat-footed. Nothing too much to worry about.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
There we go. Okay. Now, I've got all these things active. I can afford to turn on my enhancement. I do want flaming weapons here. Let's open up with a nice and simple flurry.
Attack!
It feels nice to be able to do damage even against things with damage reduction. Unfortunately, as soon as I get damage, like my damage counts as good, we're suddenly up against things with DR slashing, so that's life for you, isn't it? Well, what do we do with you? Can touch a creature that gives a big bonus for 1 round to one person. Or I can just hit someone and try to clobber them. Or I can bless. I don't think I need to bless in this fight yet. There's probably going to be more.
Begone, fiend!
There we go. Begone, fiend. Say it like you mean it, friend. Okay, so I have my stabby weapon equipped. Slashy
No
ready.
glory without risk.
No damage reduction against that. Ow! Stop it! No hurting Ember. Jerk. Okay, what do you do? I have no idea how your class works. Turn into a griffin. Okay. Seems like a good place to start. Oh, griffin shape. Turn wild. This ability lasts for 1 minute. Okay, yeah, turn into a griffin. He's a griffin! What a guy. Exactly as advertised. He can even fly. I think. Or maybe he can just walk through people? I don't know. Get you back here. And you need a mage army.
Yes.
You won't survive me.
There we go. Oh, there's the Doom rocket launcher going off. I love to see that.
Aim carefully.
Fall!
The inheritance. Guide my blade.
Cut a swath through them, Sela. Cut a swath. Okay, let's see what you can do. Impressive. I'll admit, that's pretty good. They're still coming out of the ground, aren't they? Seems problematic, potentially. Let's try one of these.
Artistry.
That did not jump. I thought it would jump.
Endure this!
Lon's destructive potential has been unleashed. No one can stop him now.
Forwards. solid plan.
I will bring down the divine wrath.
You brought down the divine wrath, my friend. Good job.
The light take you!
Bonk. Oh yeah, I love the part of being a mounted combat character where you get to make iterative attacks after moving. Like everyone should be able to do.
Make every strike count.
I kind of wish there was some way to see who your characters would target after after they kill their initial target.
Attack!
Why did that not? Do I not have set spell strike? I should. Why did I throw that spell instead of? Instead of punching someone with it? Because I've definitely punched people with that spell before. I don't understand.
Eternal Rose, I call upon you! Huh.
Into the fray!
I can go back here and simply... No. There we go.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
With a heavy heart, Socio looks at the corpses of his friends, returned to rest by his own hand. What is this twisted mockery? Who could possibly... Wait, what's this? Take a look at this. He hands off a black onyx gem to you. Once precious, the stone is now covered in cracks, falling apart in your grip as you examine the engraved Minotaur's head, the unholy symbol of Baphomet. The cleric's voice, perplexed at first, fills with rage as he speaks. Cultists! Simply murdering my friends was not enough for them. No, they had to come to the funeral and desecrate the graves. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Thank you. I had already said goodbye to them. Seeing them again in that form. Shelyn as my witness, it was not easy. Wait, the townspeople fled the undead without knowing they have a traitor among them. Wherever they are, they're in great danger. We must find them. Masterwork scimitars. We will save the townsfolk, but first, we've got to stop time and loot. And you need to unleash your mythic power. Okay, you're a full caster, so once again, it feels like you can't not give a like primary caster abundant casting. So much extra longevity during the day. If he doesn't have it, then he's going to like tap out of spells way sooner than everyone else in my party will. Everyone else.
I shall not fail.
Yes.
Mage armor.
The world has suffered enough.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Zombie Lord. There he goes.
You won't survive me.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
A lot of 1 versus 2 when you're fighting zombies, isn't there? The dice don't lie.
Aim carefully.
Okay, this guy does big damage. He does some just very big damage. It doesn't seem to do anything else, but he does do big damage. I do have Disrupt Undead for the zombies. I do! Good call. I always forget that that spell exists.
You're a good person. I like you.
Did we find trouble? No, they did. Endure.
You're a good
this.
person. I like you. Whoosh! Flame, burn.
The light.
And that's why we love Emma.
Take you.
Oh no! I pulled another pod.
Forwards.
No, there it did that thing again. Instead of punching them with the spell, it shot the spell. I don't want to shoot the spell. I want to punch them with the spell. And then it ended my turn outright. Before I could even use my move action. Oh, was that a... Was it because it was a surprise round? It messed with what I wanted them to do? It's really hard to tell sometimes what you're actually going to get when you use an action. Which I think is one of my frustrations with the game.
Make every strike count.
There we go. Ember? Back off. What's their fortitude? Decent, nothing special. How much is this? 5d6? No, not quite. It's like 3d6. That's not likely going to actually take them down. I think it just makes sure it can't do anything.
Into the fray!
Even more zombies. Ah, yeah. Look at that premium attack of opportunity plus knockdown. Mwah.
A solid plan. Attack!
Please get away from my daughter. They sure do like provoking attacks of opportunity, don't they?
Begone, fiend!
No, we went over this with Ulbrid. These ones, the undead. We're going after fiends in the long term, but
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
I can spare another one of these, I think. Man, it feels nice to have enough spells that you can actually cast them and not feel bad. Just add some variety to turns, you know?
No glory without
Abundant casting.
Aim carefully. Forwards.
So... I hit this. I doubt... I hit with this and then I doubt... So I'm not, even when I'm right next to the enemy, I'm not throwing a punch with the attack like I should be. Because that should come, like, it should be delivered at the end of a punch. That's what I've been doing up until this point. Why is it not working like that anymore? Why don't you have Disrupt Undead?
Fall!
Oh, they're on a platform. There's a whole squad of undead guarding the door. Maybe we should look for another entrance. Maybe. That is an option. Man, I am tempted to just attack up front, but... Gotta grab these Masterwork Scimitars. I can select the whole party. It says I still have a 20% chance to make it, though, which is weird. Maybe. Pick the lock. Well, you take what you can get. I'll probably put Woljif back in the party. I just wanted to try a slightly different party composition. Who are you? What do you want? All you have to do is die in the name of Baphomet. Have faith. You can do it. Oh, good on you. Way to just nuke the action economy, my dude. You ever get so angry you take 3 consecutive turns? This is the end. Do you think I need your permission? Hey, you bone bags! Stand up and kill!
They will break against our resolve.
Well... But this guy sure doesn't look like he's especially durable, does he?
You won't survive me.
Let's toss out a bless. Ganked. Okay. Extra attack.
Endure this!
So I need to, like, how do I force my... How do I force my ranged touch attacks to happen in melee touch range so that they work properly with my abilities? Because it was working fine before, and it has decided to stop.
Plan.
Everybody line up. We can watch Lan unleash the fated judgment of these fools.
Make every strike count.
Oh, rude. You can't just shoot arrows. Very impolite.
The lights take you!
Then back it down. Let's do some positive thinking. Wait, that didn't hurt the undead? Wait, you have to choose whether you want to hurt the undead or heal the living? That's weird. Of all the abilities to nerf, channel positive energy? Huh. Why? Was there some incredibly busted synergy build I was not aware of?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
If you're an undead PC and you're traveling with a cleric of good using channel positive energy, I think that's a you problem.
Into the fray!
All right. Lon, can you finish this off?
You won't survive me.
Not quite, but close. I like having a lower ground. He's like a second Sela, who does more damage but can't cast. Didn't we, like, ludicrously overkill you? I surrender. Stop. I give up. Don't hit me. You damn rat. How dare you? Sociel becomes a totally different person. The artist's delicate hand clenched to fists, while his voice comes out a menacing roar. You scumbag! I remember you! You came to our temple begging for healing just a month ago. We fed you. We shared our table with you and took you in. Then you... I don't even know what I'm going to do with you. Stop it! I surrender. You're... Sociel ignores the necromancer's cries of pain, punching him right in the teeth. The necromancer spits blood but continues, fighting past the wild blows to his increasingly bruised and busted face. You are a priest of Shelyn. I've surrendered, so you have to spare my life. Your goddess demands it. Yeah, I do worship Shelyn. Don't listen to him. Hit him some more. Never have I been so tempted to click on an evil option. Yeah, I'm Shelyn. Do you two know each other? We do. That's Nardi, a tailor's apprentice from Canabras. We healed him after he was mauled by a dog, and then he became a frequent visitor to our temple. He listened attentively to our sermons, studied the goddess's teachings, praised our art. Were you lying to our faces the whole time? When we took you in, when you sat at our table, when we broke bread with you? Were you planning to stab us in the back, even then? The whole time. Now you understand part of it. Let's dig into the rest. I was hoping to lure you to our side. It wouldn't have been hard. Oh, we are everywhere, even aside you. I think you know it too. You're not at all like those pious devotees. You pretended to be, and maybe you fooled yourself, but we both see who you really are. You have that same demonic rage inside you. It's a pity I never had the time to kindle it into a devouring flame. But sometimes you have to resort as a backup plan. Having your friends die at the hands of your having you die at the hands of your dead friends was such a good idea. Pity it didn't work. Shut up! You want to kill me right now, don't you? But you can't. You're a good boy, so loyal to your goddess. You have to let me go or commit a sin, so I win either way. Witness the genius of our Lord Baphomet. Yeah, don't mess with this loser. Yes, the Eternal Rose is known for her grace. She teaches us to show mercy to anyone who asks for it. It's one thing to slay an enemy in battle, but a captive, you must try to save their soul, to show them the beauty of the world, persuade them to abandon the path of evil. It's difficult, but the world is better for it. I'm just repeating your own sermons back at you. Come on, Sociel, try to make me repent my sins. Perhaps your kind words will make me abandon Baphomet's teachings, run to Shelyn for redemption, and start knitting some masterpieces of my own. Yeah. Yeah, this seems fair. This is what I call a compromise. This is conflict resolution, okay? I had absolutely no idea why there was so much rage in me. It's a shame, a disgrace, but I must admit that I enjoyed beating him. Forgive me for letting you see me like this. Should never have happened. You're the commander, and here's your captive. It's up to you to decide his fate. I surrender. Here, take everything I've got. Just don't kill me. I'm also a Shelynite, so I can't really condemn him to death if it's on me, which is unfortunate because I'm in charge of the army. I'm not going to tell him to just kill this dude personally. That's in neither of our interests. There's no real point in imprisoning this guy. Like, come on, the fullest extent of the law? Who cares? That's... That's what? Like, he's going to be put in a jail cell or something? Oh no. Which leaves... Do I throw him in jail? Like, which also feels meh. Or do I just, like, tell him to leave? He seems kind of puny. Like, what's he going to do? He did apparently raise all those zombies, but, like, he has no shit anymore. Like, you can't raise zombies without black onyx. Like, he's clearly used all of his raw materials up, and we've taken Canabras, which is where he was headquartered, so it's not like he has access to the materials to raise undead. He's just like a low-level wizard, like... Or a low-level cleric, I guess. You know what? In the spirit of Shelyn, this one time, I'll tell him to get out of here. Leave. Yeah. It doesn't feel good telling him to just leave, but, like, I don't know. It doesn't feel... None of the options feel like... Like, it feels like in this circumstance more than any other, you want to pick the option that is the Shelynite option. None of them really align. Because, like, you're supposed to try to redeem people, and... Just throwing someone in like a prison cell to rot isn't going to do that. Neither is killing them, obviously. So, maybe he'll have a change of heart at being shown genuine mercy. He clearly has contempt for the idea, but one can hope. It's all right. You're safe now. We should bury the bodies again. This is a place of peace, and we must not leave it desecrated like this. The townsfolk are clearly terrified of even looking at the fallen undead, but Social's soft words reassure them. As they work together, the graveyard soon regains its tranquil appearance. After prayer, Social bows his head before the graves of his friends for the last time. May the Eternal Rose grant them peace at last. Let's be on our way. We have many more innocents to protect from the horrors of this war. Are you? I feel like you're not done with the reburying work. I feel like there's a lot of burial still to do here, but I guess I'll leave you to it. Already stocking up. Gotta fund the crusade with masterwork weaponry. Oh, someone on the road. Magical anomalies are common in the world of Golarion. So common that the use of the word anomaly itself is questionable. A regular city dweller will encounter a chaotic manifestation of supernatural power at least once in their lifetime. One might naturally assume that the strange sky, the ghostly fire from the rifts in the ground, the rain of eyeballs, all that the world wound is known for, should find some purchase in the mortal mind. But even the most worldly of travelers feel uneasy at its borders. Why? Perhaps even instinctively they understand that this place is not merely a magical wasteland, but a wound and ulcer, through which the world itself bleeds into the abyss. The commander and her army walk up to the high bank of the West Shelyn River, where it draws near the border of the world wound. The soldiers' feet halt unbidden. On the other bank rises a series of cliffs, too regular in shape to have been formed by wind or water. The sky hangs over their sharp edges in sickening bends, the shade of mercury on the horizon rising to dirty rust. As it arches above the soldier's head, it regains its familiar azure hue. A whisper sweeps through the ranks and soon turns into a grumble. I can give the signal to wait and climb to the highest point along the bank. There I decide to look around first. There's strange movement in the sky. Black clouds twist into funnels and turn a sickly yellow. The brooding storm is on this side of the river, ahead of the army. Avoiding this strange phenomenon will hardly be possible. I decide to address the soldiers and boost their morale. Establishing rapport with her troops is yet another battle that the leader must face. Through the subtle alchemy of words, one can win trust and raise morale, or lose face and authority. Addressing the army on the border of the world wound, the commander seeks to establish herself as a military leader on this new battleground. And her efforts prove fruitful. The soldiers listen dutifully, smiles appearing on their faces. Some in the ranks jokes that the demons are growing tired of waiting for them. The army must keep moving. Lines of soldiers step warily beneath the shroud of low black clouds. It's like the world wound has reached out a finger into the lands of Mendev. The gesture seems eerily harmless, but then the clouds come to life, shooting out howling tornadoes one after another. The tornadoes come from all sides, from ahead, behind, right above. The power of the elements on one side of the scales, the soldiers' faith and inspiration on the other. It's plain to see which is greater. The determined army runs the gauntlet of tornadoes. The struggle lasts over half an hour, but the army's only losses are a few bags of supplies and a dozen hats whipped off into the sky. After stopping to catch their breath, the soldiers continue on. Their first encounter with the world wound has ended in their favor. The index finger, obviously, is the finger it reached out. It's evil, not rude. Let's make some friends. I'm sure this campsite won't be full of dangerous enemies.
We will win this war.
I wonder.
I'm all ears.
Can someone actually mount the Griffin? They can't, can they? If you don't have the mount up ability. Then it's not your deal. Let's get you some healing. Wait, we have
This
a more
war
reliable
must
source
end.
of healing.
Access. Yes.
I was going to put Lon on there so that like he could become an attack helicopter, basically. I love stashing 71 gold coins under a random rock. We're finally here. Elan and Curl must be around here somewhere. Jana, too, if they gave her permission to leave. Ah, there they are. Greetings, Sila, and greetings to you, Knight Commander. So Elan puts his hands up behind his... Oh, excuse me. Yawn. So Elan puts his hands behind his back and bows slightly. Then he casts an inquisitive gaze at you. He seems less friendly than he was the day you met at Defender's Heart. Jana puts her hands on her hips. She looks even more dashing than usual. Interesting thing to slip in there. Elan is feeling a little shy. You thought he asked for help from a couple nobodies like us, but now you've turned into the saviors of Canabras, Knights of the Fifth Crusade, marked by Omeomede's blessing. And you still came to help him dig through a pile of junk. Let's not talk about it. I assure you, I'm the same Sila, your friend from the League of the Cart. And we came here to help you look for Elan's ring. By the way, where's Curl? He didn't come with us. He said an old wound was acting up. All right, my friends. Since we're here, let's finish the mission quickly. I really don't feel comfortable bothering this Knight Commander with my personal problems. I'm glad we're here to help you, Elan. I hope everything works out perfectly for your wedding, too. I love weddings so much. They're so full of joy and new beginnings, but I haven't been to any yet. Can I come? Of course, Lady Empa. So my bride doesn't run away from the burglar who managed to lose the ring he bought for her. What does the ring look like, and where should we look for it? The last time I saw the ring was with my things in my traveling chest. Now the camp's in total disarray. I don't know how we'll ever find it. The ring is made of a shiny silver metal with a deep blue-green jewel. You can't miss it. Master Derek is not just a jeweler, he's an artist. There's no mistaking one of his creations. A trinket worth several months' pay, Elan? The rules on the surface are insane. You should give your girls fried rats like we do. You'd save yourself a lot of trouble. Alright, off we go. I'm not going to poke him. He is obviously uncomfortable because he asked a general to help him find a dropped object. Of course he's nervous. Jen and I will look around the northern side. We'll see what you can find something, or when we give up trying.
I found something.
Spoons.
I've spotted something.
Ah, potions. Probably tastes like fried rat.
Completed.
Interesting way of getting around. Oh, Lon is the fastest, so he could just run around. This item bears a trace of lost power. It seems you found a shard of a destroyed artifact. If you find all of the fragments, an artisan with enough skill can restore it for you. Very nice. I do have everyone selected, but only Lan apparently wants to pick items up. Oh, there we go. Hey look, it's... Hello, Limp? A small closet demon emerges from the chest. It looks at you angrily, scrunching up with its ugly little face. It is holding a shiny object in its paws. A sparkling silver ring with a large blue-green jewel. It's mine! Mine! Elan, look! Look at that creepy thing. What's it holding? I've seen one of those before. These small demons like to tease and bully, but it'll bolt if it senses any real threat. Let's surround it and attack all together before it can figure out what's happening. Mine! You're insolent, giggling. The demon is jumping up and down, throwing the ring into the air and catching it. Mine! Mine! Elan, Jenna! They're all right. They'll come round soon. Quickly, let's catch the little rascal before it runs off with the ring. Follow that wretch. He can't have gone far. Mine. The ring is mine. You can't catch me, silly weak Asmar. Come and get me. You're too slow. It's fun to play. I'm pretty sure we're faster than you. We have a horse. Before Elan manages to get the quasit, the halfling Curl appears right next to it. Quite out of nowhere. He snatches the ring from the demon's paws. You mustn't get it. Curl, but what are you... Thrusting herself between Elan and Curl, Sela barely manages to absorb the blow aimed at the halfling. Elan, stop! Have you gone mad? He's using a summon spell. Why did you stop?
Did we step on their toes as well?
Huh. So what's the summon spell that summons 4 babos? Huh? Seems pretty strong.
Endure this!
Let's see this monkey.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Big damage. Oh yeah. Am I mage armored? I am not mage armored. I should probably mage armor myself. Level 1.
Yes.
Back off a bit. Nap time? No! I hate it when they don't go to sleep. So let's see, we can just use... This seems useful. Slappy, slappy. And we're back to the damage reduction that I have learned to overcome. Very nice.
The light, take you.
These things don't have stinking cloud or something, do they? Closets? I should look at their abilities.
Attack.
They don't, thank goodness. They do know invisibility. I should be mindful of that.
Axio Vosh Aim carefully.
Babos. I think there's lots of attack-reliant enemies. This does seem like a prime opportunity for glitter dust.
Axi. Yes.
2 of them failed? 2 of them failed. We'll call it that. I'll call that a win. Keep the buffs rolling. Get the key.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Into the fray!
Bunk. Closet gun. And
Forwards.
punching time. Okay. Nap. Nap, nap, nap. Yeah, nap. You know, as bad as it feels to roll like a 1 on something, it feels very good to see enemies fail their hard CC saving throws. Yeah, I guess a really high level summon monster would do it.
You won't survive me.
At least they're not Vors. Downside of having Ulrich in the party, every cutscene looks kind of ridiculous when he gets just like tossed into the middle of the party. He's just like casually hanging out there. Everyone's standing uncomfortably close to the giant griffin man. Elon, what are you doing? You nearly cut down Curl. Without second thought, without a trial, without even knowing if he was responsible for all this. He might be a victim himself. What am I doing? He lured us into a trap. Curl was the only one who knew where we were going. He knew we thought there wouldn't be anyone at the camp besides some small, harmless demons, so he set a trap. I wouldn't be surprised if his demon masters had him targeting the commander from the start. Talk about believing in the redemption of scoundrels. We barely know anything about what happened. Curl is a good lad. He's not a spy or a murderer. Maybe they threatened him, tricked him, or bewitched him with demon magic. And now we'll never know, because you let him escape. Better let a thief escape than cut down an innocent. Elon, think. Sela was defending someone she thought was her friend, and she stopped you from doing something you might regret. I don't need a shepherd to light my path and save me from regrets. Can you say the same, Sela? Or you? You clearly have something you want me to say. Go ahead, then. Spit it out. Sela, I didn't want to say this, but I think of you as my friend, so I'm going to warn you. After what happened at the Great Garrison, you're in serious danger, and maybe not just you. You might like to ignore military hierarchy and the rule of knightly orders, but there's wisdom in them that has stood this test of time. A soldier rises from private to officer. A knight begins as a squire. Even Aomede's paladins gain their abilities gradually. But not with you and the commander. You were granted incredible powers, far surpassing seasoned paladins with experience and skill beyond your years. You've received this gift at just the right moment and saved a lot of lives across Mendev. That's a great deed they'll remember for ages to come. But what happened next was wrong. They began to worship you. The Queen gave you such vast power, all while you sidestepped everything. Training, experience, hardship. This is not the first time Her Majesty has behaved rashly. And how much good has this brought Mendev? I'm frightened by what I see. Especially the way that you, Sela, trust people so easily and leap into adventures without looking. One day you'll lower your guard, and you'll see you should have driven the blade home, just like thousands of bright-eyed youngsters will after you. He pauses as if reluctant to continue, then looks you in the eye. I wanted to tell you the same thing, Commander. So, if I understand correctly, I'm an incompetent leader who never earned my position. True, by the way. I'm not saying he's wrong. Bear me no grudge, Commander. I'm not so ungrateful as to forget what you did for Canabras and how you agreed to help me. I said it to Sela, I'll say it again. This wasn't a reproach, but a warning. The power you've been given, it may be your undoing, and the undoing of all the Crusaders along with you. Don't be afraid of what's new and unknown. We just need to bear in mind our responsibilities. Whatever was given us, we can use it for good. Realizing I gave these guys exactly the same voice. Just sort of honorable guy voice. In any case, forgive me for wasting your time and subjecting you to danger here. Now we at least know that Curl is a traitor, and Janna is a coward ready to abandon her friends when the going gets rough. I hope we'll all learn a lesson from these mistakes. So that bastard ring... To hell with it. Kiana won't love me solely for the gifts I bring her. He makes no attempt to conceal his disappointment. Nodding goodbye, he lowers his head and walks away. Everything's become very complicated all of a sudden. Please, let's go back. I'd like to talk to you about it later. I have a lot to think about. Okay. Cookie, you're in charge of looting now. Well, we take what we can get. Examine? The tent is different from the rest. There's a strong burnt smell around it and a rustling coming from within. Wait, what? A rustling? Wait. That's our kitty, right? Yeah, that's our kitty. So, check the tent again.
Yet another obstacle.
Oh dear. What? What? There's just 3 barracks hiding in a tent for no reason? What? Okay, sure. Why though? Why were they just in the tent? Ember, please stand further away from everyone. Thank you.
Go.
What the heck?
Endure this.
Let's toss out some healing. Just a bit. disable, gonna re-enable. Am I still? I have not. This is fun. Switch to Keen. And let's use some actual offensive spells.
Artistry, go.
There we go. I can do damage. Do I have protection from elements? I do not. Let's try to stun these losers. Spell resistance. I love it.
This is not my time yet.
Will you go to sleep? Yes! Okay, that makes the fight easier.
Make every strike count.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Fuck.
Artistry, go.
Okay, what was the deal with that? Did they drop anything? Just long swords? So just random... I'm sorry, was there any point to that? Or was that just like a gotcha for snooping around the camp event?
The goddess protects us.
That's the whole area, right? Oh, loot, hat. Oh, a hat. A hat of heartening song. Whenever the wearer of this hat uses any song, this song also grants fast healing 1. It grants fast healing. It scales with level. I want a bard. That's cool, though. I keep saying this, I want a bard. And it'll keep being true. Oh, is there something on this? Dim on a cart, sure. Why are you rolling it? Okay. Why are you rolling on a random encounter table when the party peeks inside a tent? Heavy shield? Potion? What is this shield? A divine protector. DR5 magic. That's a +2 shield with DR5 magic on it? That is good. That is like a good shield. I do not have anyone in my party that can equip it. It's a good shield, though.
I'm gone.
It might be time to transition Sela to like a one-handed weapon, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I give it to new friend. Who are you? Social. Maybe I give it to you along with like a one-handed weapon. Like your glaive is crummy. Do I have any good one-handed weapons for you? Oh, I can give this to other people now. Interesting. Evocations boost. Ember. Knife. My daughter, my sweet precious child, I have a present for you. It's a knife. Please enjoy it to its fullest. Is this a one-handed? Can spears be one-handed? Yeah. And you've got a +2 breastplate. Though you could just have half plate. No, you have dexterity. No, you don't have dexterity. This makes your AC go up? Yeah, that seems reasonable. Makes you a little bit tougher. You're not really going to be expected to be dealing damage anyway. Good call. Oh, I have regained... I've regained movement points. Let's consolidate everybody. We will move forward. A demon army. Don't like that. So this is a demon army with a bunch of guys. Beware the succubus. We've encountered this already. This really is Heroes of Might and Magic, right down to the really tall guy in charge of your army. So... I guess we start whittling down the cultists because they have speed on their side. These guys move 2, 1, 2. So I just want to be a little bit beyond that. Ooh, morale. I don't think I want to take advantage of that though. Can I order... All infantry receive a bonus to attack and saving throws for 3 rounds. How often can I do this? Oh wait, is this not... Oh, sharpshooters are not the same as infantry. Okay. Yeah, let's get these sharpshooters boosted. Oh no, they've been trapped in melee. I know that's no good. Time to disperse. Slowly whittling down. This is a fun little mini game. It seems fairly like in depth. Obviously, it's not actually Heroes of Might and Magic, but it's a fun little homage. I wonder if there's anything like this in the actual adventure path. Wait, I get units replenished at the infirmary? That's all of them? All of my units at the infirmary? I didn't... Okay, cool. The servants of the Abyss have been transporting prisoners of war to Dresden, the remains of the garrison from Villa Ford, which had been captured by the demons. Exhausted and wounded, the wardens adamantly refused to depart for the relative safety of Canabris, and instead asked to join the commander's forces. A squad of crusaders was caught in a sudden storm from the west. It lasted only a few minutes, but the unnatural lightning made up of electricity, flames, acid, and ice left several soldiers dead. Ease with which the forces of nature brutally claimed the lives of their comrades has demoralized the crusaders. The outpost at Verlith Ford is of strategic importance and has been taken. The cultists are destroyed, and my army is able to operate on both sides of the river. Nice. So I have taken more area. I'll take more of this. And the military camp has moved to a different location. Oh, I was going to I was going to rest there, but okay. Nobody told me that was going to happen. The plus sign on my army. Oh. Oh, a level up. That's cool. Mobile hospital. Increases infirmary size by 7% per level of this feat. All infantry have a bonus to AC attack and damage. And all units have +1 to attack per level. And they always get penetrating strike. Interesting. How big is my infirmary size? The number of value points equal to its size. So 7% is pretty big, it seems like. Let's go with that. Let them flee. Except I have received finance points. I have already hired a general. Generals cannot be killed. I have found a treasure. A corpse in a tattered scout's cape bearing the emblem of the Crusaders leading the undead squad. He battled on until he ran out of bolts. He fled. He literally fled. And desperately tried to conceal his crossbow with his own body, even when the soldiers were hacking off his limbs. As a critical range. So it's a reduced critical range, but against chaotic and evil creatures, it auto-confirms? What a weird... That doesn't seem very good. Like, that seems like a negative effect. Oh, no, I didn't want you to... I guess I can't interact with that with an army. That's fair. It's something to, like, throw on, like, Ember or something like that. My characters are fatigued. After a complete rest, fatigue characters are no longer fatigued. I'd like to push a little bit forward. We have all this ground to make up. Okay. Someone, and hopefully not a
Can we
monster.
rest, please? I'm tired.
Okay, we're resting. We're resting. We're resting. Fine. Do I think it's mechanically optimal? No. But Ember's tired, okay? Through the mist, you spot the flickering flames of a campfire. 3 figures wrapped in crusader cloaks are huddled next to it. A stout, smiling dwarf, a brash, dark-haired halfling, and a delicate-looking woman who appears to be very young. The crackling campfire is driving away the bleak fog and promising warmth and rest for tired legs. Noticing you, the halfling's hand jerks towards his weapons, but he relaxes. Hey, it's the commander herself. Don't just stand there. Have a seat by the fire. It's a bit damp today. You might as well dry off at least. In an amicable gesture, he passes you a large mug that smells of freshly brewed tea. Who are you? Frontline scouting party. Our senior sent us ahead to look for ambushes. We've been working all day, so we're making a bivouac. Go ahead and help yourself to some tea. It's an honor for us to be sharing a campfire with the commander. Something in the way the halfling speaks sounds off. Senior instead of commanding officer. Bivouac instead of a more casual camp. Maybe he's just a new recruit. His broad smile blossoms on Sela's face. I never thought we'd run into such jovial company out here. I don't suppose you guys have anything stronger than tea in your canteens. Catching the halfling's conspiratorial look, she smiles even brighter. Look around to make sure this place is safe. The location for the camp was chosen wisely. It's safe and quiet here. No tracks inside. The air is calm, but an odd feeling of wrongness laces through you, like a sting from an angry wasp. Something isn't right. It's quiet here, all right, as the grave. I don't know why, but I don't like the feel of this place. It makes my scales stand on end. What are your names? I'm Sergeant Vellum, leader of this gang of daredevils. You can tell by Vellum's appearance that he's a fighter. He sports a nose that's been broken more than once, well-fitted gear, a gutsy spark in the eyes, all the hallmarks of a feisty, courageous warrior. The dwarf grunts and grins. Why would you call our heroic squad a gang, Vellum? I'm Tran, foot soldier, cook, quartermaster, and the mother hen of this lot. The one who sets up the tent for Atsy, given she doesn't even have the muscle to drive a stake into the ground. With a smirk, Tran glances at the woman, who immediately turns red in the face. The sweet and terribly young cleric opens her mouth to say something, but shuts it immediately and blushes even more. Finally, she mutters sheepishly, I'm Atsy. Pleased to... at your service, Commander. Aren't you scared, camped out here in enemy territory? Yeah, you'll wound me, Commander. I've walked many roads. I know a good camp spot when I see one. Even if a whole column of cultists marched by, they wouldn't think of checking this place. In the meantime, we would watch quietly and count every last one. You and your boasting. So something's clearly off here. Something's clearly off here, but it doesn't feel like it's off enough to just, like, attack these people for no reason. Like, you can't draw steel on people for bad vibes. That's a no-no. I think I should get going. Ah, where'd you go in this weather? You'll walk headlong into an ambush with this kind of fog. Stay with us a while. Rest up. It's nice and cozy here. A terrible weariness hits you all of a sudden. Judging by its strange nature, it seems some spell is trying to take hold of you. Your legs buckle, unable to bear the weight of your body, and the mug that has somehow appeared in your hands hits you with a fragrant cloud of tea steam, the best you've smelled in your whole life. Where did you get such extraordinary tea? I can tell the commander knows much more about cooking than some. It's cat's holly. I bought it from a merchant in Absalom. Worth every coin, though, eh? Cat's holly. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but you've never heard of it being used in cooking. You seem to recall that it causes delirium. Apparently this place being far away from the discipline of strict affairs, the scouts decided to indulge in some happy dreams. I do not have time to spare. I'm just going to leave, okay? Bye. Your whole body protests against the mere thought of going anywhere. The sudden weakness you're feeling is very suspicious. The sickly sweet scent coming from the mug in your hands leads you to think that you have been drugged. Come now, Commander. Where's the sense in going ahead of the scouts? What if you walk right into enemy lines? You'll use your head for nothing, and the army won't last long without you. Get a night's rest with us, and set out first thing in the morning. Okay, this is beyond bad vibes. They're like trying to give me like opium? Opium, I guess, is cat's holly? Ah, would you look at that? She didn't buy it. Enough of this masquerade then, everyone. No more games. Three gray-haired and dark-skinned elves watch you with mocking sneers. Their twisted, grimacing faces look demonic. From the haze, more previously unseen shadows materialize. They are all just as loathsome and unsettling. The campfire emits a sickly, sweet, intoxicating smell, and in the squat kettle, you see some sliming mushrooms swimming in a disgusting, boiling slurry. What was the point of this? Lady Anemia desires your head, and will gladly deliver it. The elf, whose voice as Tran was so convincing, lets out a repulsive snicker. You monsters! How did I not see what you were right from the start? Dumb paladin! You think your ability to sense evil can't be fooled? Lady Anemia taught us long ago how to trick the likes of you. Yeah, who are you guys anyway? Who are you? We're the servants of Lord Discari. And you are the pitiful insect that got caught in our web. Did you like sweet little Etsy? Did you want to play with her in your tent? You think I'm at your mercy? Eee. Yeah. I have fatigue on me, but I do have a lot of spell slots left, so... Sorry. Not sorry. How many of you guys are there? Fighter, fighter. Magus. Lower level though. Knife master. Oh no. And a Magus. Are those bow Maguses? Is there a bow subclass for Magus? Huh. Yeah, I guess they're drow. Okay. Man, if Char were here, she would just be like face palming intensely about these guys just being the stereotype. Like, come on. Have some self-respect. Oh look, it's another guy. All right, what do we do? Can we send you guys on some nap time adventures? They're immune to... Oh, elf immunities. Yeah, forgot that. Like most immunities, it rarely comes up for the players, but it does come up for the enemies. I moved a little too far with Scylla. This'll do it then. Prayer. I don't know what you were trying to do, but congratulations. There's something endearing about a full health enemy just ending itself on its own turn. Okay, engage the Gatling lamb.
You won't survive me.
Dang it, so close. That's a vicious attack.
I require healing. Learn from my mistake.
Yikes. For as much AC as I have, that's, wait. Oh, my AC is 15. So that's some concentrated good rolls. Yikes. Let's throw out some flame marks. Bonk. Okay, what's our, oop, no, don't. Okay. I wanted to send you to go cast a healing spell. You're a cleric. You can cast healing spells whenever you want. How do I do that? Where is there, like, convert to healing? Oh, I see. Let's
Endure this! Did you see that?
the long railgun. It going beyond. Going beyond just what. What happened there? I'm sorry. Nobody's told that guy. Nobody's told the Draumagus. They're just standing there.
Yes. Into the fray. The inheritor, guide my blade.
Horse speed, fools. So I'm like holding a spell right now. How do I discharge it? How do I discharge the spell that I'm holding? I don't know.
Learn from my mistake.
Okay. Dogpiling on the ground. That's interesting.
Make every strike count.
So how do I do this? Griffin dive. Ah, you can't do it while fatigued. Okay, we will just have enough of this, thank you. Is that not close enough to bounce? I wish it would give like an indicator on when something would or would not bounce.
The light take you.
Because it feels very unclear to me.
You've crossed the line.
Where are you? Okay, you're there. Even more guys? Okay. Many guys. That's a stun for a turn.
Into the fray.
Pretty good, yeah. I'm impressed at that string of, like, crits. Having an AC of high enough that the enemy needs to get a nat 20 to hit you doesn't matter when they just get multiple nat 20s to hit you.
You won't survive.
It's a strategy
me.
with a hard counter, I will admit that. Okay.
Our duty calls.
No reason to pause.
Let me help.
Okay. Hopefully they drop some good stuff, though. Masterwork. They have knife masters and they're not even giving them masterwork stuff? Come on. Cold iron ammo's nice. Masterwork composite. Ooh, an enchanted bow. Couple enchanted bows. Are they just +1s? Where'd they go? Wait, I picked them up, didn't I? Oh, I see. This looks like everything.
Follow my steps.
Can't hide from
Oh,
me.
here we go. Just a random bush with gems and a pile of money in it. You know, as the incidental amounts of like money you find in the environment get larger and larger, they become funnier and funnier. Like, can I buy someone dropping like 8 gold coins behind a crate and like forgetting about it? Basically, yeah. Can I buy someone dropping casually like a purse of 300 gold coins? That's tougher. Oh man, I want to... I wish it would tell me how long the hike was. Oh, I can do this again. Oh, you're tall. At least you're not a fighter. Shoo! Excuse me. Sharpshooters. Okay, we'll just... Step 1, take out their sharpshooters. Oh man, that's a lot of dead people. And that's a huge range. Unavailable. Did not attack. Interesting. That is so much damage. Why do these guys do so much damage? Do they have lawn railguns? Turns out this thing doesn't do any damage. Do these things have... No, what I need first... I think I can still win this. Switch to infantry. I just need to carve through these. Ghouls quickly enough before they... Because these guys don't seem to do like any damage. Like they do a little bit, but... Wait, why am I skipping all my turns? What the hell? Why is the morale so bad? My army has good morale. Do these guys have like a fear attack? They do have this. Oh, it is like a ghoul. It's a stacking ghoul thing. That's annoying. I'm not sure I like the idea of a unit that, like, has a stacking chance to stun you every single time it activates. That feels dubious from a game design perspective. Whatever. I also have no idea what was up with those, like, random skeletons, each firing an arrow that kills, like, 10 units. Do I want to try to make for the camp? I don't. Let's just camp here.
You need to take better care of yourself, Ember.
But then I'll be less able to take care of other people.
No, you're supposed to rebut her, Social. You're supposed to, like, counter when she says that. Okay, I need to have a talk with Social about how we deal with Ember. When Ember is doing her martyrdom thing, we do not humor her. Oh. Can I click on this? A conundrum unsolved?
We should prepare.
Esmith, Axel.
So is restless. I wonder why.
Esmith, Axel. Yes. Esmith, Axel. Yes.
Enjoy your mage armor, Lan. We have enough spell slots that we can throw it on you now. Wait, do you wield armor? You do. You have hide armor.
Rely on me. Did I mess up again?
Okay.
Let's head out.
Interesting. That's a molten lava. Yep. There's a cave.
Let us bide our time.
Let's play it a little bit cautiously and shield up. Call it a hunch. Oh. It's one of these. They're all labeled the same. Slabs with white symbols. Junk. Slabs with 2 white symbols. Okay. I think there might be more of these elsewhere. There was like a side... Nope. Not a side passage. Not a side passage. Okay, it's a puzzle.
The road awaits.
So we've got 4 big slabs.
Tread lightly.
And a number of small shaped ones. Like this clearly goes here. The shaped ones only fit in where you can put them down, it seems like, so that's easy enough. So it's this and this goes here. Like it's a symbol like, what is this, like a little, like a hook here, and then like a trapezoid. Then it's like a hook in the other direction. None of these look like that. This one maybe? That does match. Unless the idea is supposed to be... So... What are the rules here? Let's try one with like random different symbols. Oh, one side is just naturally red. It's like red and white, not... I thought it was like gold and white, but one of the slab sides is red. So this does seem correct. Apply. This matches. But then there's this. There's 4 sides of it. How... 1, 2, 1, 2. So if this matched this, then it would be like weird forking thing. And then trapezoid. Like this? No, that's not the right one. No, that's not right either. Where's the feedback? Spider on the wall. There's blue, yellow, red, yellow, blue, green. Blue, yellow, red, yellow, green, if that means anything. Ah, here, this could mean something.
I'm gone.
Do we have anything with the X rune on it? No, we don't. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. This has like orders, symbols on it. the walls have symbols on them, but the symbols on the walls are all the same sequence. There's this, which feels like it's centrally located and should be a big clue. The spider has this symbol on it, but there's no way that these make the image of a symbol, or make the image of a spider. The symbols are too abstract and they don't connect.
Follow my steps.
Okay, I'm going to do a quick ask. Can I solve this with the information I have, or am I missing info? Are all the clues here? Or is this one of those cases? Because I remember there's like a puzzle. I can solve it with the information I have. Okay. Is there any way to get feedback from the puzzle? Like, I guess I can just start putting random things in here. I can try, like, brute forcing one of these slabs. There's no feedback. Okay. The slabs all have the same description on them. Again, I don't have anything with, like, this symbol. I don't have anything with this symbol on it. I think I've decided I don't care. I apologize if anyone's favorite part of this game is, for some reason, the weird puzzle. Your preferences are valid, however... Yeah, I think just tell me the answer here, and then I will retroactively decide whether it's stupid or not. I tried, but there's like too many approaches. The marks on the sides. Wait, do these things, slabs, have marks on them? I don't understand how. How do they determine that? Like, this is a symmetrical pattern all the way around. So it's like, this thing can only align with the red-yellow, or the yellow and red pattern, like this symbol here. And this symbol can only align with the blue and orange pattern. Okay, I think I get that. So it's like... Go across the puzzle in a straight line. Okay, so like, if it's like dominoes, then this goes, this and this connect. So, split thingamajig and then scythe. Like so. Like, is that correct? Did I get it right? Okay. The red symbol doesn't match the one next to it. Oh, it doesn't. I see. It's the other one of these. Wait, no, I don't have one that matches both of these. Like this matches, but then I don't have something that matches here. Ignore them being matching the symbols next to them. Wait, there's little lines on these, but they don't seem to mean anything because they're all the same. Like here, 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 here. That's all the same sequence.
Let us be careful.
If you have a picture of the solution, go ahead and
I
throw
shall
it at me,
not fail.
because I am not understanding what you're saying. I'm sorry. Like, I'm looking at, like, the pattern on the outer edge. So am I correct in, like, you saying that, like, it's this pattern of this, like, yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow, that, like, means a certain symbol, and it has to, like, that symbol will be next to all of these? Okay, how does this work? Okay, what on earth? What on earth? The solution makes no sense with any of the rules that we've been trying. Okay, how did you solve this? Did you solve this yourself? This is insane. This is... Okay, so it's like the symbols... Oh, all the symbols match. It's just the outer symbols mean nothing and they just have to match. Okay. Okay, so it's... In this corner... In the corner with both of them, it's the scythe with the little spur on it. Wait, no. Other way around. Wait. Okay, that's correct. The other one with the scythe with a little spur on it. Then it's the one with a little split star on it. Then it's the last one. Oh, come on. It was not easy. Your puzzle sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you, like, knock off Amarathian with your weird little mask. Mortals are not meant to unveil the secrets of the universe and grasp at the meaning of creation. But is this really so? The secrets of the universe will only be revealed to the most worthy of mortals. Prove yourself, and be the first for whom all the secrets of the world are revealed. The heart of mystery is located west of here. Solve the puzzle, and you will comprehend the forbidden knowledge. A map of the area that looks vaguely like the world ruined appears in the figure's hands. A figure single dot shines brightly on the map. Your map is obviously outdated. The translucent figure remains silent. Who are you? Simple puzzle, simple solution. The heart of mystery is located west of here. What are you? Okay, he just left. What? What are you? Just terminate the conversation and leave? Most people can't solve this game. Can you reunite simple solution with simple puzzle? Go west of here. Elven notes. Potion of inflict potion of inflict moderate wounds. Okay. Potion of delay poison. Diamond dust. Hide barding. Currently I have lightened harness. This seems slightly better, but giving up the speed seems painful. That's it? Guy who won't even have a full conversation with me, and I think we all got scammed here. Simple puzzle, simple solution. I was expecting a fight, instead I got something much worse. Yeah, it's very obtuse. It gives no feedback. Like, a puzzle that's about discovering the rules relies on feedback to be engaging. So these guys replenish in, I don't know, some amount of time. Commander, we caught a suspicious lad on the road. He says he's an ally and he's desperate to talk to you. Who knows who he really is? The young man before you is trembling from wounds and exhaustion. His boots are in tatters, and if he had any weapons or armor, he shed them along the way. His clothes are torn and his hair is wet, like he recently swam across a river. Blood oozes from the wounds on his chest and shoulders, and his skin is cracked and inflamed from the acrid water of the world wound. Commander, my squad ambushed beyond the river. Help! Taking a gulp of water, he catches his breath. Yacker Ankel, Hell Knight of the Order of God's Claw, under the command of Perlica Regil de Renge. Regil de Renge? Regil de Renge? Our squad is under attack by demons far surpassing our number. Without your assistance, we are lost. Hell Knights! They've supported the Crusades more than once in our battle against the demons. Despite their questionable reputation, we cannot abandon our allies in trouble. If they really are our allies, then of course. It's just, I kind of think this isn't a knight at all. A real Hell Knight would be skinned alive for losing an infamous black armor. But we see her as a stranger without rank or insignia, who wants us to march to God's knows where. This feels kind of like a trap to me. Jaeger, who is attacking you, and why can't you handle them? Hell Knights are... they're a way for people to get heavy armor. They have, like, fancy plate mail. I don't really know much about them other than their prestige class that involves fancy plate mail. Which is why, like, they're talking about the black armor of the Hell Knights. I think they're, like, an order of paladins who have, like, some ability to, like, be neutral and not fall. Or maybe even evil. It's a kind of mediocre prestige class that comes with some stuff attached. Large creatures that attack from the air. Some are fighters, others are glass or clerics with dangerous divine magic. They look like a stone come to life. I'm almost certain they are gargoyles. They fell upon us from the sky while we were setting up camp and at our most vulnerable, and they caught our forces at partial strength. The Paralector has dispatched some of our troops as scouting teams. The flying beasts didn't fight us, they just fell on us from the sky, grabbed our fighters, and then either took them somewhere or threw them to their deaths. We were unprepared for that. Imagine a DM putting things in a game that grapple people and then, like, drag them straight up. Very rude. Not far from here, beyond the river. It's not far for a single fighter who abandoned his weapons and armor. But we can't get across the river so easily. We'll have to take a detour. Even if we can save anyone, it will seriously delay our offensive on Dresden, and will give the enemy a chance to prepare. What do you guys think? Hell Knights. With allies like them, we've no need for enemies. If it suited them, they'd abandon us to the demons without a second thought. But we're not like them, are we? We have to save them. Oh, here we go. The Hell Knights are a collection of knightly orders with a unique focus on the promulgation of law. Unlike paladins, they are less interested in social good and charity than in the foundation and stringent maintenance of order at all costs. If people cannot be trusted to obey the law out of their own sense of civility and social righteousness, Hell Knights provide the need to obey out of a fear of a master's stern hand. They're cops. Okay, that's what they are. Looks like a trap to me, but even if he isn't lying, Dresden's our goal. If our offensive is delayed, we won't get another chance to retake the city. The Hell Knights are heartless executioners. Saving people from the claws of demons is a good cause in itself, but these people are doing everything they can to become just like devils. Shelyn, forgive me, but I fear we should leave the Hell Knights to their fate and continue our offensive on Dresden. Do you recall Prelate Hulrun? Well, picture an entire army of soldiers just like him. Do we need allies like that? If they die, I shan't shed a tear. We should help them, but only if they join our forces in turn. We could use some fresh blood. Hell Knights? No, not for all the gold in the world. Do you know what kind of people they are? One minute they're just going about your business, the next you're locked in the stocks. There's a butcher in black armor standing next to you. I don't know who these knights are. But if there are people suffering out there, then of course we have to help. That's what we came to do, isn't it? What knights are these? I've never heard of them, but the name sounds nasty. They may be ghouls or wargs or something like that. I would stay away from them if I were you. Huh? What? This question has no scientific significance. What's interesting is how the water in the river poisoned by the whirlwind will affect this boy. With your permission, I'd like to examine him or his corpse in a few days' time. Please give me a reason. Like, honestly, we are depleted right now, and I'm all for helping people, but, like, do we really want to take on a risk to help cop army? Like, it's like you said, a whole army of Hulruns is not what we need. Holbrig is literally the meme of a guy looking at a butterfly and asking, is this a bird? I cannot make promises on behalf of my command, but under the circumstances, you must be able to convince the Paralector to join your army. Hell Knights in our army? That's just what we need. Okay. Okay. This is... I don't like saying throw a guy out, but it's Hell Knights. Like, come on. No one in our army seems to want them in our army. Even the people whose job is like going like, how can we get reinforcements? Like when even the people who are going, it's our job, it's literally our job to figure out how we get reinforcements for the army are like, these guys are too cop. Like, we don't have the forces. Like, at what point... On the other hand, it is like they are our formal allies. There is like some kind of like ethical obligation to assist them. I didn't decide they were our allies, but this is a hard choice. There's some interesting choices here. Yeah, that is like... There is thinking of the EXP. There is that. Like, I can't think of an in-character reason other than, like, the Ember thing of, like, we should save people. But, like... Hi! Hello! You caught us in the middle of deciding whether we're morally obligated to save an army of cops. Save them and then reject their help. That is, in fact, a solution. It may be the... Can I actually do that? Like, save them and then say, we don't want you in our army? Okay, tell me if that's, like, actually a thing that I'm allowed to do. Because I am not going to cede to the ethical obligation to assist our formal allies. However, I do feel like there's a moral obligation here to... There are a bunch of people who came in here to help us. They may suck, but, like, we should have their back. We'll take the risk. So you're saying technically, yes, we can refuse to have them in the army? Like, we can say, like, we don't want you around? Okay, cool. We'll take the risk and try to help them. I knew I'd find you here. It's been hard trying to catch you alone recently. Everyone seems to want something from you. You being the commander of the Crusade probably has something to do with it. That's what I want to talk to you about. I've seen you fight plenty of times now. The way you charge into battle like everything's depending on you. I don't know if you're trying to be a hero or if it's just your own honor at work, but when I think about you getting hurt, it's like my insides just turn to ice. Because we're friends and I worry about you. Oh, is he flirting with me? I know, you're the commander, and you've got to lead the charge, but let me protect you. It's the least I can do for you. Besides, I mean, we're comrades, right? And I don't want a comrade to be devoured by demons. I'm going to try to be diplomatic here. This is like Lon in flirting mode. Like, think about the context of this guy and his, like, incredible self-loathing. This is, like, overt flirting by Lon standards. I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry I'm gay. I can't say that here, but I appreciate the help from a friend. Thumbs up, friend. Don't mention it. I'll try not to stick out like a store thumb and stay out of your way. I'll just watch over you, silently observing from the chat. Wait, no, it came out wrong. Forget what I said. What I want to say is you can count on me. Aw. He is friendly.
Follow my steps.
Again, I like Lon. It's just, again, sorry, I'm gay. I hope that you find someone else in this party, like, Sela? Okay, there aren't that many options, I'll admit it. Like, okay, you deserve better than Nenio. Ember, literally a child. Camilla? No, she's busy with other noble guy. They're the only two people in this party that should be shipped with one another. Yeah, Sela and Lan. They should hang out sometime. I think they'd get along. Okay. I should get rid of this. The bleeding out. And alchemy. Oh wait, you have to be the alchemy person. It doesn't matter. No, you have to be the main. This is like the jumpiest interface, I swear. I'll take one of these. It kind of feels like she should be. I don't get, like, romanceable vibes from Sela.
Stop making eyes at the commander. It's disgusting.
So, while I'm watching the commander, you're watching me. Food for thought, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what are you losing it over? Are you losing it over the fact that we just talked about those two? Okay, let's bring an actual rogue with us this time. It feels weird leaving Sela behind, but I think we have enough DPS that we can afford to venture out without her for a bit now. So let's bring Woljif again. Yeah. Please tell me you're not... Please tell me that you found it again, Pandora. I don't want you to lose it. I'm liking this game a lot. There's stuff in it that I have my complaints about. We encountered the world's stupidest puzzle in this room, which I found the answer to by cheating. We also encountered an army of ghouls that stun-locked my entire force with morale. And so we're kind of waiting on my army to respawn. That was a little bit sus. I've had some interesting experiences with stinking clouds. However, overall, I've enjoyed this game a lot. Like, it does what the classics of the genre do, and it does it well. Okay, Rose, that particular instance of stinking cloud nonsense, I think looped around enough to be comedy, but only in the context of, like, being the payoff to hours of misery.
Trust yourself.
That's like a long-form joke. But I like the writing a lot. I like the writing. I like the characters. Like, the whole party is fun, basically. The combats are, by and large, when they're not being overwhelmed with just, like, rampant crowd control. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. It feels like my builds matter. I made a monk magus, one level of monk, and then I'm stacking magus levels after that. The idea is that using, in this game, Spell Flurry and Flurry of Blows work together, so you can combine them to have basically a onslaught of, like, attacks that use like a whole chain of, like, unarmed blows. And because you can charge one of them with a touch spell, you have many chances to land that touch spell. Using the Scaled Fist and Eldritch Scion makes them both charisma based, so I have very high AC.
Endure this.
And it felt like an option to make a melee character that does some fun stuff and doesn't, like, surrender entirely to just being click on the enemy and see what happens.
Cover me, all right?
Like, I strongly considered doing something like Druid or Shifter or something like that, because I like shapeshifting a lot. But
A solid plan.
honestly, when a game gives you as much freedom as the entire Pathfinder rule set allows, I feel compelled to try something a little bit wonky that I feel like people probably don't get to see very often. And an Eldritch Monk just feels cool to me. Let's pop up this. There you can see the stacked armor class adding up. What is my actual AC? My AC is 35 at present. That is the, They do not... Well, I say they're not good at hitting me, but there was an encounter with a bunch of drow where they got, I'm working towards Asada. I haven't played this game before, so I don't know the story of anything, but I do know the, like, paths available to me. And so I was able to pick one based on that. And Azada just... If something really leaps out at me as being, like, a must-take, I'm open to that. Ember, sweetheart, I meant for you to... Never mind. If something leaps out at me as a must-take, I am happy to change, but right now, the scene where you unlock the Azada Mystic Path and visit Elysium is easily the most, like, emotionally compelling scene I've had in this game so far. It was really well written. And it touched me, and
Make every strike count.
I am looking forward to seeing if the rest of the path can meet that standard. Because it's a high standard.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Also, Azadas have a really cool ability that whenever you do a single target spell at something, you kind of bounce it, I guess. And that is very cool when you're relying heavily on touch spells.
Yes.
I can do damage when I punch things. Yeah, I can do damage sometimes. Yeah, this is refreshing. I spent all of Act 1 like kind of plinking against damage reduction, and it is so cathartic to actually be hurting things with my main character. Now that I have an amulet of agile fists and all that good stuff.
I will bring down the divine wrath.
I will bring down the divine wrath, rolls a 1. Never call your shots, friend. Ow. Rude. Sometimes they do roll a 20.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Distract them for me.
This game has pretty good music. It mostly doesn't stand out. But, like, for what it is, which is just your kind of standard epic fantasy battle music, it's solid. I enjoy it. It suits the ambiance that they're going for, I think. Cool, Huntmaster. Will you try to shoot? Oh, you can avoid. You will try to shoot. Operative word.
You won't survive me.
That thing has a lot of health.
Time to share your treasures!
Had a lot of health. It had a lot of health.
Let us be careful.
Okay, there's a cave here. Let's check it out. Man, it feels weird not having Cookie in the party. Or her rider. The horse running ahead of the party has been a fixture of the group since the very first encounter. But it's important to mix up the party comp sometimes. Variety is the spice of life. Everyone
Something
will have their
over
time
there.
to shine. Plagued Smilodon.
Tread lightly.
I'm here. Where else would I be?
Sneaky boy.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
Sneaky boy.
This is my kind of work.
Okay, can I go around this? Oh, nope, 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 nope.
retreat
dang it.
already?
That was perhaps overconfident. Yeah, that was perhaps overconfident. Sorry, Woljif.
Endure this!
What are you guys? Huntmaster? Huntmaster? Is this thing immune to sleep? It is immune to sleep. I checked.
Tactical retreat! It's all your fault.
Let's try this again. Let's just try this one again. Mulligan.
Let us
Mulligan.
bide our time.
Can we retreat
Oh, dang
already?
it. Oh well, this is fine. Wait, why did they get a surprise round? Okay. Good night.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
My goodness, these things do a lot of damage.
Cover me, all right?
Do I still have shield? I do. Good. Let's go fast.
Attack!
Let's pick up our friend here. And let's make you try to do nothing. Nope. It's a big will save.
I can still fight. I've failed you, friends.
These guys are, they've got enemy lawns. I don't like it. It's funny, I was like talking earlier about the verbal component of the spells.
You won't survive me.
How Ember's voice drops like 2 octaves when she casts.
I feel faint.
Wow, that thing is hitting me on a 9? Okay. Let me think. How do I do this? Hopefully that'll make him slip. Is this a spell? It's an SU. Unfortunately not. Are you immune to cold? You're not. Thank you.
Artistry, go.
There we go. You're staggered. That is good. Disable some of your shootiness, because I do not like it. No! No, stop it! Stop it! Stop shooting Ember! The fiends.
Endure this!
Ah, got swiped.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Scorching Ray. No. Burning Arc. This is what we want.
Artistry.
There we go.
Continue fighting, everyone.
Stop it.
Make every strike count!
What a brutal combat for just like a cave fight. My goodness. No? Sneak attack?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel!
Okay. You're glitter dusted. Ow.
Tactical retreat. No.
Lon, it's up to you.
You won't survive me.
Lon, it's up to you. Try harder.
It's all your fault.
It's an archery duel.
Endure this! Make every strike count.
Okay.
You
Lon,
crossed the wrong
go for it.
mongrel.
Gotcha. Okay. Lon MVP. Lon always MVP.
I'm gone.
You're gone, but he's Lon.
The goddess protects us.
Okay. Time for some channel positive energy value.
Soot is restless.
Esme.
I wonder why.
Yes. Esme. Axis. Yes.
Okay.
Something wrong.
Lon. Woljif. First of all, dispel this thing before we slip on it again. It was not a dignified battle, but
Pretty good, aren't I?
it was a battle. And we did win, eventually. That thing had nothing on it.
My tail is restless.
Masterworks.
This is my kind of work.
A little bit of gold. Some bone necklaces. Ooh. Midnight soup. A comprehensive guide to cooking a tasty dish. A helmet and a cloak.
Don't mind me.
You know what? Wait, is this an int helm? Let me check. Headband of Vast Intelligence +2. This will be perfect for crickets. Nanio? Nanio? Okay. Look, our group is very pretty. I guess Woljif can use it. Wait, this is Nenia's quest area? It didn't have the little symbol on her, on the thing that says bring this person. Like, these locations usually have like a little symbol on them that says like this person's associated. I don't think this is... Huh. Well, I can go pick her up and come back here.
This is my kind of work.
Why is this your kind of work, Woljif? It shouldn't be your kind of work. Oh, the cloak. You're right. Cloak of Cleansing. Cloak of Resistance +2 with an additional +2 against compulsion and disease. What do I currently have? This? Sure. Let's just swap it out. And we can give the old one to... Lon, you have no equipment at all. I thought I gave you...
It doesn't match my scales.
I guess he is backline. He barely gets targeted. You already have a ring. You need a ring of deflection. And you do too, I think? When the wearer of this amulet uses a hex. Oh! Yes, your hexes are better now. Ember might just not have any items because she doesn't wear armor. You know what, Ember? Stay cozy. You know, you have a shield. Ember needs this more. Just going up to Social and be like, look, man, I know you're technically closer to the front lines, but we have a literal child in the party. We should give her the ring of protection. Cool. Cozy cloak. I love being wrapped in a cozy cloak. Yeah, he would be like that, makes sense. Like, he's very, It's so weird to me. Why can't you equip this flail? Are clerics really not... I guess they're not martial weapons proficient, are they? Huh. Woljif is hatless? You know what, Woljif? You can have this hat. I should give it to Nania. Especially for coming back here immediately. Or not immediately, but soon. Wait, this is like another direction? What's this way? This is frightening.
You're a good person. I like you. I won't let you hurt my friends.
Make them sparkle, friend.
You won't survive me.
Nope. Prayer. Prayer is such a satisfying spell. Just boom. Buffs. Debuffs. I don't have mage armor on, that's why I was getting hit.
Access. Yes.
There we go. Look at that. Look at that. The land cannon popping off.
Distract them for me.
Just... So anyway, there's... In Warhammer 40k, the Death Jester has a weapon, which is a weapon that has a poison, and that poison, fired out of a sniper rifle, when it hits someone, it has the unique property of it turns their bones into grenades, and they just explode. Anyway, that's just a purpose of nothing. I'm not saying Lan is a Death Jester. But this seems like it should be clickable. And yet, here we are. He does have the jokes for it. Maybe he is a Death Jester. We need to see if he can ignore Lookout, sir.
Let us be careful.
Can't hide from me.
Oh, gargoyles. Well, friend.
Make every strike count.
I think... What are you resistant to? Just physical? Good for you. I'm happy for you, friend.
Aim carefully.
Oh my god, Cat's Grace creates like a little meow. Did you hear that? I've never cast that spell before, but it goes meow when you cast it. Like a little toy cat. Meow. Those little touches really tie a game like this together. Are you meant to sleep? You're not. Nap time. Nap time.
Time to share your treasures!
Wait. I gave him abundant casting, but he's a prepared caster. I never assigned his extra spell slots. Ah! What am I doing? I'm doing my best. Oh! You ever kill an enemy so hard that 3 more show up?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
They did cross their own mongrel. It's true.
Go.
Toasted. Yeah, I hit hard. This is taking some getting adjusted to. If we cannot live in a world where we laugh at the absurdity of just like forgetting to prepare half of the spells of one of our primary casters, what kind of world do we live in? I'm a chaotic character, okay? That doesn't mean that I'm just like lol random. It means that I acknowledge that I make mistakes. Are these guys evil? Or are they neutral? They are evil. A world where you meow to cast Cat's Grace. Yes, exactly. You know, I keep thinking that I already have Bless cast, because the buff for Bless is the same symbol as the buff for Spicy Pastry.
You won't survive me.
Yes.
Time for big yell. Terminate nap time. Nap time terminated. And I have a samosa in the fridge downstairs. When I finish streaming, I'm probably going to go heat it up. It's like leftover from Indian takeout. Samosas are so good.
Yet another
Oh, bear.
obstacle.
Plague bear. Reflex. +7. Let's see if we can get it to fall over. We got it to fall over. Sweet.
Endure this!
Yeah, can't say that I like very many things about where I live. You know, Midwest, kind of conservative, hellhole, blah blah blah. We do have a weirdly number of good restaurants in the town, though, which I will take as compensation for having to live here. Saved.
Cover me, all right?
It gets up. It swings.
Make every strike count.
Fried raviolis. There used to be an Italian place around where we could get real good fried raviolis, yeah. Oh, there's another plagued bear! Out of the blue. It's time for the Reaper review.
Artistry, go.
Gotcha.
Artistry, go.
And then...
Begone, fiend!
Begone, fiend!
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Come on. There we go. We've defeated the bears. We're getting close to a level.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Hey, Star Knife. Oh yeah, the infinite throwing weapons of this game.
I'm gone.
Who,
Okay,
me?
this one, let's be careful.
Watch and learn. This is my kind of work.
We keep having these conversations about what is and isn't a fiend.
Follow my steps.
I think it's probably best to just give up on correcting people. They're calling things fiends that aren't. They're calling things fae that are definitely oh no. Oh
Let's
no,
head
is this a puzzle? It's a puzzle. Well, it's entirely blue now, so... Well, I don't know what you want from me. It's blue.
We should prepare.
I'm gravely injured. Let's see. Is there anything around here that like has this symbol on it? I ask as my buff slowly oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Circle inside a square. Oh, there was that circle in the cave too. I don't want to go back there. I don't want to run all the way back there. Oh. I noticed something. Oh, I noticed something way down there. Where's the cave? The cave is here. Wait, I did that. That's just all the sides lit up. Except for, like, one? Is that what it's trying to say? Someone screen cap this. I'll screen cap it. Right.
I'm gone.
But it's like all of the sides except for one on the bottom. And if this doesn't work, then you can spoil the puzzle for me.
We should move.
The name of the zone is Nameless Ruins, helpfully, right? Okay, this one is like a circle inside of all four? No, it's just the circle. Or it's everything but the inner circle lit up, maybe? Maybe there's more clues down here.
Let's head out.
Ghoul corpses. It's if they simply lay down and died of their own accord. That would be nice.
Let us be careful.
Oh? Strangers. Who are you? I'm the impetus to act, a reason for torture, and a cause for insomnia. Tear my mask off and let it fall at my feet. I am the unknown. I scare cowards, but reveal my secrets to the brave. Tear my mask off and let it fall at my feet. I am the end of the road. I am superiority and loneliness. Tear my mask off. I am the void and the emptiness, the starting point. I am infinite. Tear my mask off and let it fall at my feet. And I can't talk to any of you guys, so... Can I? I am the answer, but what is the question? Oh, I'm sorry. It's one of these guys. I am the answer, but what is the question? Oh no. It really does. Oh, here's another one. Two blue. Like, the thing is, like, I can't tell the outer circle. So it's just two blue and nothing else, right?
Tread lightly.
Stand over here.
I shall not fail.
No. 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 Nope. Okay, if you have the puzzle solution, I thought it was like copy the runes on the doors, but like that doesn't seem to do anything. And I'm not sure what else it could be. If not that. Like, there's nothing to put in these yet, so I'm guessing I have to solve this part of the puzzle first. Presumably to open this up. Let's see. For the first time, possibly in history, Twitch will not backseat me. Oh yes, I need help, please. I've been trying to figure this out, but I can't. Like, I thought it was like copy things on these pillars down onto the lion glyph. Reset the puzzle, all gray. Okay. The puzzle is reset. Now, what do I do? What? Give me orders, Twitch chat. Outer circle, inner circle.
Our duty calls.
Northwest line. Okay. Very nice. A helmet. And a potion of remove paralysis. What is the helmet? If I linked, we have positive channeling. Ooh. This on your head now. Wear the pointy hat. Tremendous. Worthwhile. Is that the only one? Because there's also like this over here, which looks like a different pattern. And there's another one down below. Here. So, do I not have the materials to do the mask puzzle? Are the materials here? Okay, they aren't here. I guess I need to bring Nenio. You just sort of slather the potion of remove paralysis on your paralyzed friend. Nothing for it. Let's leave. Yeah, there's no Nenio icon on this location. What's the name of the quest? Companion quests. Oh, I guess it is here. It just isn't labeled properly. I guess Nenio didn't consider it scientifically relevant to let me know that she wanted to come here. She's like, oh, I'll just put it in your day planner. Logically, everyone checks their day planner every day, right? Nenio, girl, please. I don't do that. I'm not an organized person. You should know this by now. What's up here? You know, I'm not getting, like, ambushed, but I am getting a lot of these random encounters that seem skewed towards violence.
The road awaits.
Wait, you have braces of armor. I guess that doesn't really matter. We can all just mage armor, so these don't do very much, but oh,
Search for the beauty with your heart, not your eyes.
okay.
I don't steal. I encourage people to save the poor, helpless tieflings around the world. Starting with me.
What are they doing?
Be careful, everyone!
What are they doing? Why are they running in circles? I'm befuddled. Yeah, we got the abyssal like track and field team in the middle of practice.
You won't survive me.
Here they come. Well, very
Distract them
obliging
from
of you
me.
to stand there. Remind me after this fight to set up his spellbook, otherwise I will forget it. Okay. These guys resist a bunch of stuff. You know what they don't resist? Nap time. They just sometimes save against it, which is atrocious. Unforgivable.
Endure this!
And then we just
Time to share your treasures!
deliver some sneak attacks.
Fall!
Critical hit. Spell resistance.
Forwards.
Make every strike count!
You know, Greece isn't literally sleep, but it's basically sleep, right?
Let us bide our time.
It's sleep adjacent. It puts them on the ground and gives them a chance to have a little
Follow
nap.
my steps.
Come to my camp if you want to talk. I have much to share with you. A friend. I have much to share with you, a friend. Oh, set up my spells. Thank you. I legitimately forgot I was joking before. But no, I genuinely actually forgot. Yes. Let's keep another prayer at least, because that's just really nice to have. Resist energy communals. Yeah, let's get a few of these in here in case we run into any more of those Brimarack jerks. Because being able to just splash out a huge aura of don't die to fireball, I'll take that any day of the week. We could tell him, hey, Social, I know you have some unresolved issues with necromancers, but have you considered necromancy? It seems like, I mean, it tilts the action economy, and in a game like this where enemies are really dumb and they don't understand how to prioritize targets at all, like, summoning seems incredibly powerful. What do I bring? Another Archon's Aura? It's not that good, is the thing. Prayer is just better. Prayer is so good. I can just pop prayer every fight. It's great. Yeah, they eat hits, and that's like the important part. I'll take another protection from evil. Oh, it's a domain spell. Protection from alignment. Oh, I can just take the alignment version, yeah. I'll take a couple restorations. Have them in your back pocket. Then down here. A couple more blesses. take one of these. Do they not stack? Morale bonus? I thought bless was a different, or prayer was a different one. Yeah, prayer is a luck bonus. They stack. Luck bonuses are weird and kind of rare. Prayer is like short, but it's so it doesn't roll over between fights, but it's a really good spell. Let's get some commands in here, just for having a more offensive option. Okay, that seems reasonable. Save. Okay, we've been given a friend's campsite. Let's see. I'm loosely heading back to camp, and when I get back to my camp, that's when I think I'm going to call this a session, but
Let's head out.
if this friend is on the way home, I'm curious who they are. And why they have their note in a demon-infested camp. Can I go here? A unit of mercenaries serving Horgus Gorm has reached the troops with a chest full of gold coins and a message from Sir Horgus to score more victories. Accept. Thank you. Okay. Horgus Gorm doing work. We still can't I'll move these up to the actual camp. I cannot get there. Okay. That is good to know, so I don't try to figure out how to go up here. Maybe something to figure out for next time. I will enter this location. Don't overlook them. Okay.
Let us be careful.
I think that we can offload some of our junk. Thank you. Price in descending order. Nobody can use this. Someone might use this. Cookie has a better outfit already. I need to give this to someone. I think this every single time I see it. I just keep forgetting. – Here's a bunch of junk. It's masterwork junk, but it is junk. Just winding down with a little bit. Oh, I can double click them away. Thank you. Why is a +2 breastplate worth 50 gold? That feels incorrect. Is it just like really tacky? Does it have like... Is it like that one like hentai shirt that like no matter what it was made of, no one would want to wear it? Someone died in it. This is true of most armor though. What does this even do? Alright, it's slow. Get out of here. I think I'm good. Neat handwriting. Come to my camp if you want to talk. I have much to share with you. God, still... I think the funniest thing in this game might still be a random cultist trying to eat a letter to keep me from reading it. That was something. Oh, right. I have money now. Erebeth, Erebeth. Can you get us more soldiers? Pay 7,500 gold coins. I have lost my gold coins. I hope that worked. Other than that, though... Oops. Look, even if you're evil, if someone makes you laugh that hard, I think you owe it to them to lend them a hand. They've brightened your day. Maybe I don't understand evil very well. Runs through my head as I say that statement. Scroll of Haste. Yes, this is a scroll I want. What do I need for this? I need Bezors. Can I go buy some Beziors after this? Because I badly want some Scrolls of Haste. Wait, I cannot make... Why can I not make a Scroll of Haste? Okay. And I can't make a spicy pastry? What can I make? Seasoned beans and thighs? Hearty meal? Hearty meal. It's possible that if you were a little more polite to people, they would treat you differently too. Who's he talking to? Oh, do not take this the wrong way, but being polite does not seem to have helped you much. People simply do not appreciate good manners. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go buy some Beziors.
Tread lightly.
Oh. Hey, little one, they say you can do magic? An old silver-haired fighter seizes Ember up skeptically, apparently baffled to find such a young girl in the middle of the war. He's cradling his wounded arm, which has been hastily bandaged. Can you heal me?
Yes.
Of course. She whispers a spell and touches the bloody bandages. Oh, thank you. So much better. How old are you? You're only a child. I have a granddaughter at home, just like you. Oh, little girl. How'd you end up here? What are you doing here in the thick of it with us? I'm just like you. I came to the thick so that the thick wouldn't come to the other kids, like your granddaughter. Well, I'll be so little and yet more courage than some officers. The old man runs a rough hand over her hair, and she smiles at him again. The crow on her shoulder rubs its head on his hand like a cat. Talking to you takes a load off my mind. I reckon it's not just my arm you healed. Ember waves happily and turns around and notices you. Hi! Looks like your words really got to him. The demon's claws don't just rip up our bodies, but our souls too. Magic can heal cuts and broken bones, but the wounds that hurt the most, they've not invented a spell for that. But, you know, it's surprising. So many soldiers come to see me. They say I bring them comfort, that I give them strength, but I don't do anything like that at all. I only talk to them nicely. I'm just a feather-brained little girl. What if I say something is wrong? Or maybe I should keep quiet. But I can tell that my words make them feel better. I guess I'm confused. Don't second-guess yourself. You're helping all of us. Soldiers, our companions, me. You think so? I think I'm just wandering around saying silly things. But, alright, if you say it, it must be so. Ember. Ember. She's so good. Such a perfect, precious child. A cantrip or first level spell deals 1 additional point of damage per dice rolled. Do I have gloves? That's actually a pretty good item for me. I do have gloves. It's an amazing item for me. Oh. Wait, do you do that every time you appear? No, you don't. Who are you? Okay, who sells food? No, I don't want to talk to you.
Follow my steps.
The cleric in the infirmary tent. No, that is the chapel tent. Oh, is this the infirmary tent? Yes. Reagents? Wait, I can just search. I'm looking for something specific. Bez. No, not this guy. It must be someone else. Do you sell any reagents? Oh, you do. You just... Oh, here we go. I think I will stock up on these. Making haste scrolls with them seems valuable, and it'll keep me from running out. Do need to bring Nenia with me to print those, but... Did I give you your spellbook? I did. Yes, the spellbook of Nenio, which consists of heroism and haste. But I probably don't need heroism. I can probably just go... like that. Anyway. I think this is a good spot to wind down and end the night. We have been on an adventure. We are bound to go on more adventures. I stream every Sunday and every Thursday at 7 o'clock EST. Same time this stream happened. I usually end earlier than this, but honestly, with Wrath of the Righteous streams, I just kind of go until it feels like a good stopping point. This game was a lot of fun. On Tuesdays, I have my much more high-effort stream. This is like my lazy stream for the week. My high-effort stream is on Tuesdays, where I run a game of actual Pathfinder with a really good group. We're having a lot of fun. So I'd love to see someone drop by. In the meantime, good night to everybody. Remember, be kind where you can, brave where appropriate. Help those who are worse off than yourself. And I forgot what I was going to say. Good night, it's late.